Well, good morning, Rodeo Austin. We are going to start day 2 of our swine show, starting off with class 22 of the crosses. We have a couple of individuals here at our announcer stand. They're going to lead us off or kick us off this morning. To start off, we have our 4-H pledge, who is going to be said by James Holcomb of Milam County 4-H.
In support of the 4-H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to a larger service, and my health for better living, for my club, my community, and my country and my world.
Excellent. Thank you, James. We will now have our FFA motto said by Kenley Hoffman of the Wall FFA.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Excellent, Kenley. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please rise and remove cover, Mr. Luke Holcomb of the Milam County 4-H will lead us in our invocation.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and the opportunity to gather and showcase the hard work of these exhibitors. We are grateful for the lessons learned through caring for these animals, responsibility, patience, and perseverance. We ask that you be with each participant today, calm their nerves, and remind them that their value is not based on their placing, but on their effort and character. Please keep both exhibitors and animals safe, and bless the judges with wisdom and fairness. Let this show be filled with sportsmanship, respect, and pride in a job well done. And as we leave, we ask that you watch over everyone traveling home and bring them back safely. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Luke. At this time, we will turn our direction just below our American flag, where Landry Mabry of the Crawford FFA will lead us in our national anthem. Well done. Well, good morning, Rodeo Austin. What do you say we end up with day 2 of our swine show? Well, Rodeo Austin, we are going to get started with day 2. Our class is complete and we are ready to go. Today's judge is Justin Rodabaugh of Rensselaer, Indiana. He graduated from Purdue University and was on the livestock judging team in 2005. Justin runs a seed corn business in the Northwest Indiana area and is part owner of the Tres Amigos Show Pigs that runs over 100 show pig sows. Justin is judged in over 20 states at all levels and is married to his wife Rhonda of 18 years. They have 4 children, Landry, Riley, Gentry, and Remy. Rodeo Austin, let's give a round of applause for our judge, Justin Rodabaugh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring for Class 22. Class 23, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 23, first call to the show ring. Class 23, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 23, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these a couple of exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 23, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 23, third and final call.
Well, good morning. Certainly yesterday was fun. I thought the quality of stock that you guys brought through the ring here in Austin was very, very good, and it was a pleasure to work with those kids yesterday. Excited to what for today brings, and a good way to start. I think our light cross show and our class champion or winner within this class is the best built, best skeleton one that reaches and flexes with the most ease and comfort, and yet at the same time, he maintains enough base width at the ground. He's impressive when you get on top of him. For a lightweight bear, looks fresh, he's youthful. If asked, he could have the ability to go up in weights. He's a square skeleton bear that's still got enough stoutness within this class, but his overall athleticism and range of motion is what drives this bear to the top here in Class 1. The one that we got in second, without a doubt, is stouter featured. If you study his jaw, his forearm, and his hind leg, he brings more substance and bone to the table within the pair. At the same time, he's not as good through the center portion of his body in terms of spring to his rib. He's just not as athletic off of either end of his skeleton. Gets straighter in the front part of his shoulder. He's not as athletic out of his hip and hind leg. That one needs to have more horsepower when you get on top of him in terms of his center body and spread at the same time. But that's a good pair of Barrows up here at the top end. A well presented in terms of skin and hair. Very, very good in this bear. He's a tall fronted bear that's better in his center body than the bear that preceded him here in class. Range of motion in terms of hip and hind legs, plenty acceptable to get in our top trio. It's when this bear drives directly at you. He's the narrowest based. He's the narrowest in his chest. He closes and caves in the most. And with that, he gets a little straighter in the front part of his shoulder. He's just not quite as athletic. He needs to be busted open for me to use him in first and second within this class, but that's a tall shoulder, good looking one. The skin and hair is maxed out. Here's a bear that comes out next, gets plainer of our top four. When you study his blade shape, he's the plainest and driest in terms of his center body. You step in behind this one, and again, he just needs to have a shot more shape to his upper hip and rump, but sound, fall free, heavy bone. What's got that bear in our top four? The blue, traditional blue bear comes out next. He gets frailer. Of our top five, he's the frailest about his front arm and his front ankle. He needs to have more stoutness there throughout. Can get a little rounder out of his shoulder and hip at the same time. Young lady does a good job of driving and presenting this one. The bear that comes out next, I thought just gets a little more moderate within this class. His head is not as stout. He's not as genuine and broad in his chest when he comes right at you. And as we work on down the line here, run into a few more probably structural issues, this bear has to be sounder and more comfortable out his front shoulder. When you step in behind him, this bear needs to be square, hip hock to ground in order to move him up. We need to have that bear be more athletic. This bear gets rounder out of his hip and hind leg. That bear gets a little non-proportional, gets forward in his blade at the same time. Bear gets a little drier through his center. Once again, a good class, good way to start off our morning here on Monday. Let's give those kiddos a round of applause as they go back.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Kendi Smith, Midland County 4-H. 7th place, Katie Butler, Miami FFA. 8th place, Ellie Scott, Kendall County 4-H. 9th place, Dawson Shearhouse, Harris County 4-H. 10th place, John Wayne McNabb, Winkler Loving County 4-H. Attention in the barn, just a reminder, anything placing first through third must get a picture at the backdrop. First through third placings must get a picture at the backdrop. Any other exhibitors wanting to take pictures, please do so as they leave the show ring. Do not bring your animal back down the alley. All parents, once that animal leaves the show ring, please do not enter the alley going to the back in the truck. Class 24, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 24, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, help me give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn. If you were parked in the F lot without an F lot sticker next to the 100X tent, please move your vehicle. You must have an F lot pass in your window. Please move your vehicle if you are in the wrong lot. This is by the 100X tent. Class 24, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 24, second call to the show ring. Class 24, this is your third and final call to the show ring. 24, this is your third call to the show ring.
Again, a nice pair of bears up here at the top end, and both of them we change in the same area. Just needs to be more athletic, probably out of their hip and hind leg. But of the pair, I think this bear is longer hipped. He takes a longer, more flexible stride. He's got plenty of shag on him, still got a good look to him. He's well presented. He's proportional in terms of his build. He ties in at the top of his neck good. He's got shape to his blade, good through the center portion of his body. I think his angles read better out of his front shoulder and knee, and he can utilize that hip and hind leg because his hip's longer, his rump's longer than the one we got in two. This is a show bear that we got in two, just in terms of one that's sharp looking ahead of his blade. He's not quite as good in the top of his crest there. He gets a little bit snakier in his head and his jawline there, but comes at you with base width. He's got shape to his blade. He's good through the center portion of his body. It's from here back's where I want to change. He gets shorter and rounder in his hip. That inhibits his hind leg from using it, pushing, planting, and function with enough ease and comfort. Needs to be a longer strided bear. If we could change that in him, then certainly gets real close out here for first and second. But those are the areas I think we need to change. Hip and hind leg on that second place bear. This bear gets here in third, gets a little more piecey in his top lines, got a little more crest to his neck, doesn't want to bling quite as good in his ham loin junction. Of our top three, he's the softest on his front feet. He's the frailest in his arm and his front ankle, but overall, squareness of build, just body shape, and still having some muscle and density to him. That bear does a nice job of that. Just reconstruct his front 1/3. This bear is not as good through the center portion of his body. He's the harshest and driest in his forerib. He's the driest there from his heart to his flank, but a good bear just in terms of range of motion, stoutness of feature. I give him a little more look for a bear this weight ahead of his blade. More importantly, I change him there in his center body. The bear that comes out next, sound fault free, one we worked up. Initially didn't like him in the back there, just in terms of where he wants to put that rear foot and rear hock there. I'd square him there just a little bit. Again, I'd relax him in the front part of his blade. Young man does a great job of driving and presenting. Skin and hair is maxed out on this one. Young lady does a good job here in 6. He gets shorter in his upper hip and rump there. We need to lengthen him in that regard. He wants to get rock forward in his blade shape there as he comes directly at you. We need to settle that back, change him out of his hip and rump, but a good bear in terms of shape, skin, and hair. Young lady does a great job of driving and presenting this one. Next one that comes out, similar situation. Needs to be longer hip, longer rump, needs to use that hip and hind leg and his rear foot a little better with more authority. On down the line, get a little frailer and narrower off of one end or the other. Once again, a good class. Let's give all those kids a round of applause here in Class 2.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
FFA. 7th place, Blake Mund, Tom Green County 4-H. 8th place, Wesson Meadows, Lubbock County 4-H. 9th place, Asher Jones, Bell County 4-H. 10th place, Rhett Mowry, SNS, Consolidated FFA. Class 25, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 25, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 25, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 25, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
Again, a solid class on the top end, and yet we re-drive these bears and re-rack them. Young lady in the red's got a win for me, and again, the combination bear of just one that's genuine in his skeleton, square in his build. He's proportional. He's got a good look ahead of his blade. He is the most athletic and comfortable out here just in terms of range of motion, and then we stack added feature onto that just in terms of his forearm and his hip and hind leg. He circles and laps the rest of the class just in terms of build and silhouette and pattern, and got enough horsepower underneath. I thought the bear here in second most resembled our class winner. He's got the added advantage over the bear in third just in terms of feature. He's a stouter arm, bigger ankled bear. He goes to the surface with more spread at his foot. He's got more stoutness of feature to his hind leg. That's a bear that's fresh. He's youthful. He balances and blends. He's not quite as athletic. He's not as long in his hip and rump. Maybe just doesn't have the ESTs or the wow factor that our class winner did here in class 3, but that's a darn nice bear there to be in 2 that's well driven and well presented. Initial sword on this bear gets him back into a pin rather quickly just in terms of shape and spread. He's got a huge blade. He's got a big top. He's good through the center portion of his body. He's athletic enough in his step and stride. You step off him and view him from the profile, he gets more piecey in his lines. He's thicker about his neck. He doesn't want to balance and blend as good in his hip and his ham-loin junction there. His shoulder can get a little forward too as well, but he's just naturally more athletic than the bear we drop out in 4. This one is a very stout-featured bear. He's got a huge arm. He's got a huge hind leg to go with it. He's not as unique ahead of his blade in terms of his neck and crest. He's just not an athlete enough to work into our top 3. He's got to go better. He was slow-paced back there. He maintains slow pace out here. Just got to be more athletic out of his hip and hock in order to move him up. Of our top 5 bears, this is the narrowest and plainest one just in terms of muscle shape. He wants to cave and funnel the most in his chest. Doesn't maintain that width on the top side of his skeleton at the same time, but that's a tall-shouldered, well-presented, good-looking bear that still got some athleticism in terms of range of motion. We just got to have more horsepower to that guy in order to move him up a spot or two. This bear does have more base width when you study him at the ground than the bear that preceded him in class. He is not as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck, not as good through the center body when you study him fore-rib to flank. That bear needs to be better there in that regard, needs to be sharper dressed and sharper looking up high just in terms of his front 1/3. We bring out some more bears there. This bear has got to be better out of his rear feet, especially his right rear and the way he wants to plant. This bear gets a little plain, a nice profiling bear that just gets a little moderate, doesn't have quite the shape and dimension up high. Round out the class with a bear that's got to be changed just in terms of his front 1/3, square him out of his chest and knee. Once again, a good class, nice class winner up there on the top end. Big round of applause for those kids here in class 3.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
6th place, Ailey Sims, Erath County 4-H. 7th place, Briley Wright, Chico FFA. 8th place, Joshua Cortezi, Randall County 4-H. 9th place, Chincy Ferris, Nazareth FFA. 10th place, Kai Thibodeau, Kaufman FFA. Attention in the barn. There are 5 more vehicles in the F as in Frank lot that need to be moved. Parents, exhibitors, if you are in the wrong parking spot, please move your vehicle. If you parked over by the 100X building in the F as in Frank lot, please move your vehicle. Class 26, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 26, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. I have a correction from Class 24 placings. 5th place, Class 24, was Braylon Creech of the Martin County 4-H. Attention in the barn. They really want you to move your vehicles. So if your name is Lindsay Schroeder of Smithville, Texas, and you drive a white Suburban, Brett Barnett, Floresville, Texas, and you drive a red Dodge, Sonia Mallet of Elgin, Texas, and you drive a silver Tesla, Robert Parker, Grandview, Texas, silver Prius, and Lonnie Dahl of New Braunfels, driving a red Ford. Please move your vehicle from the F lot immediately. If you do not move your vehicle in the next 5 minutes, they have a tow truck waiting. Please move your vehicle. Class 25, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 25, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 26, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 26, second call to the show ring.
again here in Class 4. A good pair of bears that are the high-quality bears that surface in 1 and 2. And as we reiterated throughout the last couple days, just squareness of skeleton. I think this bear that leads off is very proportional in his build in terms of length of body, good through the center portion of his body. He's a bear that's stout featured in terms of his arm and his hind leg. I read his hind leg and rear foot to have a little more cushion and push to it than the bear there in second. I thought a well-dressed, just well-presented bear there to land in first. The blue bear that we got is extremely well-presented, well-driven. He's a taller shouldered bear that maybe even just more extended about his front 1/3. He's not as stout about his rear, his front ankle as our class winner. I didn't read him just to have quite as much range of motion out of his hip and hock. He gets a little longer body, but a hog that still balances. He's still leveling his lines. He's impressive when you get right in on top of him, just in terms of shape of blade, shape of back. Still leaves you plenty square, just maybe not quite as athletic, just in terms of how he wants to use that rear foot and that hip and hind leg. But a good bear that's well presented. Here's one that you like from the profile. If you're sitting in the stands, that's a tall-shouldered, long-necked one that's very athletic. His angles to his front shoulder and knee are good. He's got a little more cushion to his hind leg, but it can still plant and push that hind leg back behind his tail head. He's not as impressive, and he falls into third when you get on top of him. He's the plainest in the center portion of his back. He's the flattest and driest through the center portion of his body in comparison to our top trio. Here's one that comes out extra stout and dense. This is a big doggin. He's got a stout jaw. He's got a huge forearm. He's got a huge hind leg. He's rolled up high and has more shape and expression there. I get nitpicky on this bear. He's shorter in his upper hip. His rear foot and his rear pastern has to be better for me. He's the straightest of our top 4 in those regards. He needs to have more cushion to his rear ankle, allowing him to plant and push and use that hip and hind leg just with more authority. A very tall-shouldered, well-presented, big top bear comes out next. He's just a little more stilty off of both ends of his skeleton. His shoulders a little straighter. He too, as we talked to the bear ahead of him, gets a little straighter in those rear pasterns. Doesn't have quite the angle there to his hip and hock, but a tall-shouldered big bear that's big up high, still fresh and youthful through his head and neck. Just needs to be a little sounder off of both ends of his skeleton in order to move him up. This bear just wanted to fight the young man on the whip just a little more, wants to get a little east and west behind, but he's a big bladed bear that's got a fresh body. He's good up high. I'd extend him on the top of his neck. More importantly, he's just got to be more comfortable and find a safer, more secure gear there from behind in order to move him up into our top 5. The blue bear that comes out next, don't read him quite as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck. He's not as fresh in his skin coat when you study him at the surface, but that's a bear that's got some look, he's got some shape, gets a little more moderate within our top end of this class. This bear at front 2/3, very good. Tall-shouldered, elevated. Young lady does a great job of driving and presenting him. Fresh in terms of his skin and hair. It's his rear third we got to change. He wants to drop in his tail head, drop in his pin set there. He's got to be square or up high. That would enable him to use his hip and hind leg with more authority. This bear needs to have a fresher look ahead of his blade, from his blade back. Good in terms of center body. This bear just needs to be more athletic out of his hip and hind leg. Skin and hair and presentation spot on. Just need to change that bear in terms of both ends of his skeleton to have more range of motion. Once again, a good class. Congratulations to those kids as they go back.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Dayton FFA. 7th place, Zachary Eichman, Canyon Lake FFA. 8th place, Sterling Taylor, Lynn County 4-H. 9th place, Benton Nelson, Carthage FFA. And 10th place, Courtney Salzman, Medina County 4-H. . Attention in the barn. Just to remember, exhibitors, this is a water-only show. No other substance will be allowed on your animal. Our officials are checking. This is a water-only, no other substance on your animal. Class 27, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 27, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 27, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 27, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
Again, some give and take maybe in this class, especially within our top pair, but I think two bears have surfaced to the top for me. Bears that are very proportional, general in their build and square in their skeleton. I think when you get right in on top of them, this bear is bigger about his blade. He's got more true shape there in the center portion of his back. He leaves you with an upper hip and a bigger stifle, and at the same time, the longer we drive him, I think this bear has just got naturally more cushion and angle to his hind leg that allows him to reach and flex. I'm not going to say he's the longest hipped or longest rump bear, but yet I think he does utilize his hock better from hock to ground. I'd change just his head shape just a little bit to be ideal, but that's a good bear there to lead off with. Here's a bear that's very stout and dense in his features. He's a big jawed, big forearm bear. He's got a huge hairy hind leg to go with it. At the same time, you get it on top of this bear, he's not as bold coming here to the center portion of his back. He's not as round in his cage. He wants to funnel back to his ham loin or his pin set there, and the longer we ask that bear to drive, I think he gets a little more lethargic in how he wants to use his hip and hind leg. His length of stride shortened the most within our top pair the longer we ask him to go. But man, that's a well-presented stouty there to be in second. This still got a good enough look. He's not as clean in his lower throat latch as bears on either side of him. Here's a tall-fronted and extended bear. This bear does have more height to shoulder. He's more extended than the bear that precedes him in class. He's just a little longer bodied. He's drier from forerib to flank. Maybe just doesn't want to proportion and balance quite as good as our two ahead of him, but that's a tall-shouldered, sharp-dressed bear that's well-presented and well-driven. A good blue bear there, just still being third. The one that comes out next, I thought he gets a little more forward in the front part of his shoulder. His front feet got a little softer and more cushion. Wants to roll just a little bit when you step in behind him, but that's a dense, hairy one that's still got shape and spread. Maybe not quite as fresh and just overall youthful with the bears that come in 4 and 5 in comparison to the one we used ahead of him in class. This bear, I changed his head shape just a little bit. He needs to be more genuine when he comes at you. The longer I study this bear, he gets the plainest in his upper hip. He's the flattest there in his stifle, and then as you take him down to the seam of his ham there, he wants to, and I'd square him just ever so slightly. His toes get a little more uneven. More importantly, that pig's got to come at us wider. He's got to have more genuine shape. Young lady does a good job of getting that one across and around the ring. This bear comes out front 2/3. We can certainly slide him up. He's a tall-fronted, elevated bear that's good through the center portion of his body. It's his rear third that I like to change. He needs to lengthen his upper hip and rump. Gets a little rounder in that regard. Gets a little plainer there in terms of his head and neck and his lower forearm. On down the line here, just run into a few more that get a little structurally incorrect or tighter in their overall build and skeleton. Just got to reach, plant, and drive with more authority, or we need to stouten them up in their features. Once again, a good class. Let's congratulate those kids as they go back.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Last Buddy FFA. 6th place, Brinley Edwards, Idaloo FFA. 7th place, Kenley Hoffman, Walt FFA. 8th place, Tinsley Beatty, Holland FFA. 9th place, Tessie Kotek, Deer Park FFA. And 10th place, Kylie Van Osdal, Canyon Lake FFA. Light crosses, first and seconds from 22 to 26. Start making your way back to the show ring. Class 22 through 26, first and second, light crosses. Make your way back to the show ring. First call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and seconds from classes 22 to 26. So this is your second call to make your way to the show ring. First and seconds from class 22 to 26. Second call to the show ring. Class 22 to 26, your third and final call to bring your first and seconds back up here. 22 to 26, third and final call to bring your animals back up to the ring.
Good pair of bears up here on the top end, and bears that are different in type and kind. The one that's got more horsepower, he's wider underneath, he's broader up high. He remains very proportional. He's awesome through the center portion of his body. He's a big arm bear that's stout featured and still got a good look for this weight. You know, ideally, we take the hind leg off of this one, probably put it on that one in terms of range of motion, but at the same time, that bear has just got so much more to him. When you study him coming right at you, he's bolder in his chest than the bear in two. He's stouter about his blade. He's got more true market shape when you get right in on top of him. I love the pattern and silhouette of this bear. Very, very comfortable. Angle out of his front shoulder and knees good. His hip and hind leg can reach and flex. His line still balance up high. There's just not quite as much to that one. He gets a little flatter there in his blade, as we commented. He's not as big and broad and pulled apart there when you get studying him on the top side of his skeleton, but a beautiful pattern bear that's well driven, well presented, tall fronted, still extended, very sound and athletic in the same regard. A bear that comes out next here out of three just wants to funnel and cave too much in his chest. He's not as genuine chest knee to ground, doesn't maintain that shape up high in comparison to our top two, and he gives up just in terms of feature probably, but that's a fresh, youthful one that can still plant, push, and motor out here to land there in three. The white bear has got more shape and dimension than that bear. He also has advantage in terms of feature. It's his mobility out of his hip and hind leg. He wants to be more east and west. He gets shorter in his upper hip and rump. He's not as youthful ahead of his blade in terms of the top side of his head and neck, but most importantly, I change him there from behind when you analyze that bear out of his hip and rump. I like the side profile of this bear, and certainly one that can fool you until you get in front of him. This is the narrowest chested bear that's the most inverted in his knee, but from a build standpoint from the side, he's tall shouldered. He's got the shape that we're looking for in terms of spread there to the center portion of his back. Still got plenty of shape to his stifle. He gets a little shorter in his hip, but most importantly, he drops into the fifth hole in this class just in terms of one that comes at you. He's got to be more genuine chest knee to ground for me to work him up. This bear just doesn't read quite as probably fresh fresh and youthful. He's still a tall-fronted bear, a dark pigmented bear that's well presented. He's just not quite as athletic out of his hip and hind leg. Don't read him quite maybe as fresh ahead of his blade, but that's a good bear there to be in 6. The bear that comes out next just gets shorter out of his hip and rump, and he's rounder in those regards. He gets rounder consequently out of his shoulder and neck. His hip gets a little rounder with that. His range of motion and mobility and the way he uses and functions out of his hip and hind leg, not quite good enough for me to work him on up. Similar situation, short hip bear that just needs to be more athletic in his step and stride. Bear needs to be a little fresher in his appearance in terms of his head and neck. His body shape needs to be a little better. Then we get a bear on the far side, well driven, well presented, just gets a little piecey there throughout. Need to stouten his forearm. Once again, a good way to wrap up our light crosses. Big round of applause for all those kids.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
6th place, Sloan Jackson, Goliad County 4-H. 7th place, Madden Mayer, Whitesboro FFA. 8th place, Brooklyn Luter, Tioga FFA. 9th place, Callie Grimm, Giddings FFA. And 10th place, Cade Baker, Kleberg Kennedy County 4-H. All right, as we move into our light cross drive from Class 22, Wyatt Ludecki, Cuero FFA. From Class 23, Tanner Morse, Giddings FFA. From Class 24, Peyton Van Beek, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. From Class 25, Michael Heinrich, Tahoka FFA. Class 26, Miles Rodriguez, Garza County 4-H. And from Class 27, Dallas Martinez, Shelby County 4-H. Class 28, this is your second call to the show ring.
I thought a good set of blues, and obviously this is a breed that probably comes in as many different shapes, styles, and packages of any right now, but the blue deal is back, and it's back for good, and we continue to make them better and better, and before you had to have something that probably had some dark or a belt or a chrome. Hey, I'm telling you, these blues right now are putting the heat on these belts, and I like this set of Barrows as a whole. I think it's a set of Barrows that are very proportional, but yet at the same time, they look like show Barrows to me, and they got to have some shape, they got to have some width at the ground, and they got to match that width at the ground with shape and spread up high. Hey, there's one for me. He brings a little added feature to the table. This thing is a Mack truck when he comes at you. He's big-chested, he's square in his build. He leaves you with a very good hip and hind leg. He can show his rear heel. He probably has that advantages over a couple others just in terms of range of motion. His lines are good. He's proportional. He's one that I like a great deal. If you would, big round of applause. We'll get you a Champion Blue.
Your champion light cross comes from Class 24, Peyton Van Beek, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Now entering the show ring is Zachary Blunt, Kerr County 4-H.
Again, congratulations to these kids and then the breeders and feeders behind them. I think an awesome set of blues out here. The one I like second best, again, follows type, kind, and pattern of our champion. He's wide, square, he's true, he's genuine. He's got a big hind leg to go with it, and yet he's very, very proportional. I think he has advantage just in terms of range of motion on a few others that are in contention. Again, if you would, big round of applause. We'll get you reserved.
Your reserve champion is second place, coming out 24, Zachary Blunt, Kerr County 4-H.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Exhibitors in the barn, if you were a champion or reserve champion breed, please return your bios to the announcer table. Breed and reserve champion bios, please return them to the announcer's table before the grand drive. Class 29, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 29, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
So we start our dark show. I think a nice bear to lead off the drive. And again, a bear that comes at you. He's got base width and squareness. He's very proportional in terms of his build. And then he's equally the most impressive when you get on top of him. Big blade, big back, big booty, and it all functions together while maintaining body shape to the highest degree. He's the freshest bear of our top three out here. Holds, just maintains skeletal width and squareness to the highest degree within this class. We switched 2 and 3 the longer we drove him. I thought this bear just height to shoulder. I thought he was a little bolder in his chest, square in his knee. Ideally, we need to make that bear just a shot fresher there in his center body, but a nice place to start. The bear that comes out here in 3, the solid black bear, he's a big bladed bear. He's got a big forearm. He's got a big functional hind leg to go with it. I like his body shape better than the bear that precedes him there in second. It's when he turns and comes at you. He's the most inverted in his knee. He wants to cave in there. He gets softer about those front feet. We need to make him more genuine there, chest, knee to ground, in order to move him up one spot. An interesting bear that's well presented comes out next, and he is tall-shouldered. He's got some shape up high. I can never get this bear just to settle in out here in terms of range of motion. He's straighter out of his shoulder and front knee, and consequently, he labors the most out of his hip and hind leg. You like the fur, you like the overall look of that bear being a show hog, but yet at the same time, he's the straightest. Both ends of his skeleton within our top four has got to be looser made. The bear that comes out here next, big blade, big top, fresh body. I change his front 1/3, gets forward in his shoulder, needs to be more genuine as he comes at you, chest, knee to ground. Similar situation with the fine-haired bear that comes out here in 6. He needs to be bolder as he drives directly at you, chest, knee to ground, need to be bolder. Gets a little rounder in his shoulder, rounder out of his hip and hind leg, but that bear does have natural muscle shape when you get on top of him. I thought he was more elevated than this bear. This bear gets the most moderate of our top 7, quicker in terms of maturity, shorter about his cannon there. Similar situation with this bear. I told the young man, front 2/3, wide, stout, big arm, big body. He's got to go better behind, more lethargic there, gets a little rounder out of his hip. Round out the class with still 2 nice bears, just need to change them in an area or 2. Once again, congratulations to those kids, nice class winner on the top end.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Lee County 4-H. Third place, Paisley Mitchum, Tom Green County 4-H. Fourth place, Skylar Johnson, Magnolia West FFA. Fifth place, Jay Brooks Lang, Wink FFA. Sixth place, Kaylin Mendoza, Burnett FFA. Seventh place, Jake Teichelman, Jim Ned FFA. Eighth place, Wesley Mulestein, Stanford FFA. Ninth place, Ryan Scobie, Iowa Park FFA. 10th place, Haven Rye Creel, Young County 4-H. Class 30, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 30, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 30, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 30, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
Two very well presented, well driven bears here in our second class, and the he-man of the pair is going to start. This pig's wider chested, square, more genuine, and then from there back, he's got a big ditch working down his top. He's fresh and youthful for his center body. I like the angle to the front part of his blade and his shoulder and knee better than the second place bear. And then you get on the opposite end of his skeleton. I think he's got more range of motion. He's got a softer cushion to his rear ankle that allows him to push, plant, and drive that hip and that hind leg. He's big, he's broad up high, he's wide, he's square, he's true, he's genuine down low. Fresh, youthful package, a good place to start. The EST one, maybe of the pair, comes out next. This one's got fur dripping off of him just in terms of skin and hair. He doesn't balance as good. His shoulder gets a little forward, the way he ties in his head and neck into his blade, and he's not as long-hipped and just doesn't use his rear foot and ankle as good as our class winner. At the same time, he turns and comes directly towards you. He's not near as intimidating in terms of his chest width and squareness from knee to ground, but that's a good bear that offers some ESTs. Just needs to change some parts and pieces to that one. He's got to be broader and stouter when he comes right at you compared to our class winner. Similar situation with this bear. I'd stouten him in his head and jaw. His chest needs to be wider and broader as we commented with the bear that directly was ahead of him. But that's a bear that's lines are very good from the profile. Tall-shouldered, level back, still got a loose, functional hip and hind leg. He's not as stout in his forearm. He needs to be bolder in his chest in order to compete with those two ahead of him. I like the pattern and build of this bear. He most resembles our third place bear, and I thought that pair needed to stay together. Height to shoulder and look, he's good and athletic just in terms of range of motion. You step in on top of this bear, he doesn't have near as much shape coming out of the backside of his blade. He's the plainest in the center portion of his back. He's the flattest in his upper hip and stifle compared to his contemporaries who are ahead of him, but still a good bear that's well driven and well presented. This hog, the solid black pig, does have more natural shape. He's a big, bold bear that through his center portion, he's still got a good hip and hind leg. His front feet get a little softer. He's the most moderate of our top 5, quickest in his maturity pattern. I'd lengthen his cannon, strengthen his front feet, but that's a sound, practical bear that offers some shape and dimension, good through the center portion of his body. This bear is a little harder to analyze, wants to fight the young lady on the whip, just doesn't want to collect himself quite as well. I like his shape to his blade. He's a big ended bear that's got shape to his upper hip and stifle, just maybe doesn't get it quite as comfortable out here. I change him and give him a more look ahead of his blade, relax him in the front part of his shoulder. The young lady does a good job with this bear. He's just slower paced, slower hinged. His angles and joints don't read as functional as the ones ahead of him. He needs to be changed out of his hip and hock and also cleaned up there behind his sheath. The young lady does a good job of driving and presenting this bear. A tall fronted and extended bear that comes out next, that's shapely in his back at the same time. His blade gets forward. He's not as wide, square, and true and genuine in his chest. He gets a little piecey out of his hip and rump at the same time. This bear is not as bold through the lower portion of his body, but I thought practicality, range of motion, and still having some market animal shape needed to get him a pin. And then we round out the class. I told the young man he's wide coming at you, maybe just overfed just a little bit. He's heavier conditioned, soggy in his middle 1/3. That detracts from his overall look, but skin and hair and the way that bear is driven is awful impressive. Congratulations to those kids. Please give them a round of applause as they go back.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Place, Paisley Allison, Lynn County 4-H. 7th place, Harlan Trojak, Wall FFA. 8th place, Jace Barrows, DeWitt County 4-H. 9th place, Hattie Hawkins, Shallowater FFA. And 10th place, Kason Evans, Bandera County 4-H. Class 31, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 31, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 31, this year's second call to the show ring. Class 31, second call to the show ring. Class 31, this your third and final call to the show ring. Class 31, third and final to the show ring.
Young lady's white or lighter colored bear is going to lead off the drive. A hog that's very comfortable in his skeleton. He offers us more frame size and extension than the bear that we got in second. He comes at you square. He's very impressive when you get on top of him. He's naturally a bear that's got true shape and definition up high. He's a big through his upper rib. He's good through his pin set. He's got a big stifle, and yet set that one into motion. I think he ranges and flexes as good as anything that we got in this class. Ideally, maybe just a little more flesh just to keep the parts in pieces, but that bear is very natural, wide, square, true, and genuine. I like that one to start rather easily within this class. Then we got a pair of calicos to come out next, and I thought this bear is just bigger and broader about his blade. He's got a big ditch working in him in terms of back shape. He's very good through the center portion of his rib and body. He's not as long about his upper hip, and at the same time, he's more moderate in his type and kind compared to our class winner. Not as elevated, and it doesn't profile quite as well as our class winner, but that's a good hog. Range of motion, center body, just mass and spread down high, matches what we have up top when you get on top of that bear. Here's a taller fronted, longer face bear than the one that we used in 2. It's his overall build and just range of motion that needs to run this bear towards the top of the class. He's not as broad there in the center portion of his back. When you get in behind him, he's got a huge upper hip and stifle. At times, he gets just a little round when you get right in behind him, but that's a sound structure, good looking bear that's still got enough stoutness to feature. The EST, or the different one, comes out here in 4, and he's got a huge arm. He's stout through his head and his jaw there. He's got a big hind leg. You know, for me, he just can't get quite as comfortable out here in terms of his range of motion. He needs to be longer about his upper hip. He's got so much set to his hock that he just doesn't want to plant, push, and use that hock. His movement's more east and west than north and south, but I won't deny skin and hair and overall appearance and the way that bear is driven is very impressive. He's just got to be more athletic. He's got to be longer in his hip and rump for me to run him in the top 3. This bear gets a little frailer. He's one we worked up. He's not as stout there in his jaw. He's not as big in his arm and his front foot, but from his blade back, he's fresh. He's youthful in terms of his shape. He's good through the center portion of his body. I call his hip and his hind leg for in this class, in this setting, it's still acceptable. I just stoutened him up through his front 1/3 in terms of jaw and forearm and front foot. This bear does have more stoutness than the calico we used ahead of him. His jaw reads stouter. He's a bigger arm bear, just maybe not the loosest hinge one. He's a slower pace bear that just doesn't want to cover the arena surface with as much ease and comfort out here as some of the others, but still a good bear in terms of skin and hair and presentation. The one we drop out here in 7, the young lady's got just a very practical market hog that's range of motion and skeletal build's good. He's got a little more grease and cover on him compared to those other ones. He's not as stout and dense in his features, but at the same time, you set that one into motion, can still cover the track out here in terms of flexibility. This bear just gets a little plainer. He's not as fresh and youthful up through his head. He needs to be bolder out of the backside of his blade. He needs the hinge just a little looser. The back bear that we have next, just a harder one to analyze out here, but at the same time, I thought he wanted to glaze and close up front. The bear that we round out with, still a very good bear in terms of skin and hair. He's not as athletic out of his hip and hind leg, and that's where we need to change that bear in order to move him up. Once again, a nice class, good class winner up there at the top end.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com. Husky from Winning Enterprises.
6th place, Joseph Halbadier, Hondo FFA. 7th place, Berkeley Keelik, Wilson County 4-H. 8th place, Jaden Jones, Slayton FFA. 9th place, Noah Jaime, Whiteface FFA. 10th place, Armando Chavarria, Floyd Data County FFA. Class 32, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 32, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these kiddos a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 32, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 32, second call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these individuals a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn. At the conclusion of our lightweight division drive, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch. Conclusion of the lightweight division drive, we will be taking a 30-minute break for lunch. We will resume with Class 34. Class 32, this is your third and final call. 32, this is your third and final call.
Again, maybe not just the one that you run away with in this class, but still a good set of bears and a good set of kids to work through without a doubt. The one that's the loosest hinge, loosest skeleton that can run laps around our second place bear is a young lady with the calico there in the red shirt. A bear that patterns and profiles extremely well. He's tall-shouldered, he's still attractive enough, and at the same time, his skeletal build in terms of angle to his front feet and his front shoulder, his range of motion behind is what gets him to win this class and grab the blue ribbon here. A pig that's very fall free. Is he the most of anything? Probably not within the class, but what we got to deal with, the cards were dealt here, he's the soundest, he's the squarest, and yet the most athletic that combines freshness to his center body, still attractive ahead of his blade. His balance and lines up high are still plenty good enough. This bear in two, this belted bear does have more. When you get right on top of him, he's bigger about his blade. He's got a bigger ditch working down his back. He's got the advantage in terms of upper hip and stifle. Kind of wanting to be a jackrabbit out here and just not cover the track with enough ease and comfort for me to use him as a class winner. Naturally, he's a little straighter. He's a slower pace bear that's a little straighter off of both ends of his skeleton. If we could get that one just more range of motion, that's the one we can use to win the class because he does have more shape and spread up high. The solid black para is the stoutest featured within our top three. His jaw, his forearm, his hind leg are ginormous, and at the same time, he's got enough shape and spread up high. I thought he got the most moderate and didn't want to balance the best out here. He's shortest in his cannon. He's softer on those front feet. Just got a little more cushion to his rear hock in that regard. Gets a little rounder there throughout, but very good in terms of presentation and good in terms of stoutness of feature. We change gears a little here with the fourth place bear. This bear is more elevated, more extended. He works his way up to the top of the class just in terms of one that's stout featured. He's still got a loose hind leg to him. He's not as bold in his chest. He's not as good in his center body. When you get right on top of him, he needs more natural fill from forerib to flank, but his overall pattern and build and look is what runs him into fourth today. Really a good presented birthmark bear that comes out next. A big bladed bear. You get on top of him, he's got a big fresh back working in him. He gets a little shorter in his upper hip. He's not quite as attractive through his front 1/3, but a well-presented, well-driven bear that I thought need to be to the top of the class just in terms of shape and overall power. A finer haired bear comes out here and next, gets a little rock forward in the front part of his blade, still attractive in those regards. A loose skeleton bear, just relax him in his front shoulder. He needs to be stouter about his front arm and ankle, compete with the ones ahead of him. This bear has got the parts and pieces, got an awesome show ring look. It's where you study him out of his hip and hind leg. Doesn't go as good out here. He's a little tighter in his forerib and flank. He's not as big and broad. When you get right on top of him and study him out of the backside of his blade, he transitions back, wants to be more apex in that regard. This bear just needs to have a little sharper look ahead of his blade, but at the same time, he's got muscle, got squareness, just need to balance and blend that one in his lines. We come on down here to the cheetah marked one that comes out next. He's got a track just a little better out of his hip and hock. He's not as fresh and youthful through his front 1/3. And then we round out the class still with a nice bear in terms of pattern and build. His shoulder gets rocked forward just a little more. But once again, interesting class. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Your results from class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Elizabeth Jansen, Hayes County 4-H. 8th place, Camden Small, Montgomery FFA. 9th place, Talon Low, Archer City FFA. And 10th place, Talon Camacho, Goliad FFA. Class 33, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 33, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 33, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 33, this is your second call to the show ring.
one of the deepest classes, certainly the deepest classes we had a chance to look at today. We're all the way down 9, 10. There's bears up and down the line that we sure could have used in other classes, and it seems like a lot of times before a division break or class 2 before, they'll stack in here, and I think that's certainly what happened within this class. Hey, the one that I like the best, as we've talked throughout the day, this one opens up better when he comes at you. His chest, knee to ground, and his squareness. The placement of his front foot is better than the one that we got into. And then you drop in on top of him. He's got huge turn there to his blade. He's big about the center portion of his back. Good enough there in the center portion of his body. And then you set that one into motion. He can reach, plant, and drive. Ideally, I'd stouten his arm just a little bit, and that's where the bear in second certainly excels him. The bear in second is very, very good in terms of his front 1/3. He may tie just a little better in the top side of his head and neck. He does have the advantage, as I commented, on terms of the size of his arm. You study him coming at you, he's not as wide and genuine in his chest. He wants to funnel and cave to his knee. Consequently, he's trying to compensate that with a softer front foot. Now, as I said yesterday, it sure doesn't affect his movement. I'd rather have some angle there to their front shoulder and front knee. That thing's got a big, loose hip and hind leg to go with it. I just get nitpicky on that one a little up front when he comes directly at you. Here's a bear that comes out next, a stout-featured. Look at his head, his ears, his eyes, his forearm. He's got a huge hind leg to go with that. I like all that feature that bear has. At the same time, he's not as built as good as our top two. His shoulder gets a little forward. He's more lethargic out of his hip and hind leg. We need to lengthen him in that regard, but very proportional, very stout-made. When you get on top of him, he's still equally as impressive in terms of shape to his blade, shape to his back. He just needs to be more comfortable and athletic out here. He's got all the feature we need to be a class winner, just got to be sounder off of both ends of his skeleton. A good bear that comes out next, fresh and youthful up high. I would extend his head and neck comparison to some that we have in this class, lengthen him in the top of his pole, clean him in the throat lash just a little bit. He gets a little piecier there in his pin set. He gets a little piecier in his ham-loin junction, but get on top of that one. That one's got all kinds of shape and spread and mass. I thought he had naturally just more power. He's got more power at the ground. He's got more power on the top side of his skeleton than the young lady's bear that drops out here in 5. This one from the profile, as good as you can make one. Height to shoulder, levelness of lines is tremendous. He's a sound athletic bear. At the same time, he's not packing near as much heat and not packing as big of a punch, and just in terms of shape and spread when you get on top of him, I thought he got the softest and was the least script up high. He too, when he comes at you, can be bolder there in his chest, but it's his balance and profile, his skeletal build that allows him to work his way within our top 5. Another bear that's stout featured comes out next. Don't read him as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck. He too could be a little broader when you get right in on top of him, but a heavy bone, loose skeleton bear that's well driven and well presented. The bear that comes out next gets a little more forward in the front part of his shoulder. He's not as extended and sharp looking ahead of his blade. He just needs to be more athletic as well. Relax him back in the front part of his blade. As we continue on down the line here, still some very good bears. This bear gets a little frailer in his forearm, softer in his front foot, gets a little rounder out of his hip. Really a stout featured one that comes out next. Don't read him as fresh and youthful. He just needs to be sounder, and just in terms of range of motion off of both ends, his body shape's not near as good in terms of fill from forerib to flank. We round out the class with a good bear from his pin set or from his shoulder blade backs. Very impressive. Relaxing the front part of his shoulder, neaten him up in top of his head and neck. Once again, a very good class, a deep class to evaluate here. Congratulations to those kids.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Place Kayla Garcia, Davenport FFA. 8th place, McKinley Moore, Paducah FFA. 9th place, Avery Matez, Brown County 4-H. And 10th place, Finley Robertson, Randall County 4-H. Classes 28 to 32. 28 to 32. Bring your first and seconds back to the show ring. If you were in class 28 to 32, first call, bring your first and seconds back to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 28 to 32, first and seconds. This is your second call to the show ring. First and seconds from class 28 to 32. Bring your animals back to the show ring. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of our lightweight division drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. At the conclusion of our lightweight division drive, we will take a 30-minute break for lunch. Let's give these individuals a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and seconds, class 28 to 32. This is your third and final call to make it back for the lightweight division drive. 28 to 32, first and seconds, last call to the show ring.
Really a good pair of bears and a deep class to work through. And again, the one that hit me the hardest coming through the chutes, he opens the gate and comes at you. That's a big, broad chest. And then from there back, he's got a tremendously big bite. He's got a stout head to go with it. And we probably drive this pair as long as any pair that we've had the last day and a half. And both of them can stay extremely, extremely comfortable. Man, this one's impressive when you get on top of him. The roll to the center part of his blade, he's got a big, big, fresh backblade in him. He's good through the center portion of his cage, and then he's packing all kinds of shape and muscle through his upper hip and his lower stifle there. I'm not going to say he's maybe as tall fronted as our second place bear, but yet in the same regards, that one's got horsepower to burn underneath. He's big and broad up high. The parts and pieces match from his toes up to his ears, down his top line. That thing's very impressive when you get on it. I like a lot of things, and this is a bear that grows on me a lot here in second because he's got show ring look. He's a tall shouldered bear. He's got a sweet head that's still stout featured to him. He's got a loose hind leg. He's stout enough in those regards. He's probably not just as broad everywhere, just when you study him and you size those up side by side, but that's a good show bear that's got look to burn. He's still got enough feature. I thought an awful good pair of bears there at the top end. The one we drop out of three certainly fits right into the mix of the mold. He's got a big blade. He's huge up high. He's got a big upper hip and stifle and still got a good stout square hind leg. He's not as probably unique when you study him up through his front 1/3. When he comes directly at you, maybe not quite as square and true and genuine from knee to ground in his front feet, but that thing's as fresh as a daisy up high. He's presented awesome. Just ran into two very good bears, I thought, there at the top end. Young lady's bear that comes out next, a very good pig in his own right. He's fresh, he's youthful. I thought he got a little tighter in his ham loin, just maybe didn't cover the track out of his hip and hind leg quite as good as the ones ahead of him, but fresh, youthful, good center body, good shape and spread, presented extremely well at the same time. This bear, I like a lot of things about him. He's very intriguing in terms of his height to shoulder and his proportion of length to body. Still got some feature to go with it. He's not as good when he comes at you. He gets a little stiltier and straight off of both ends of his skeleton. His shoulder's a little straighter, his hip and hind leg. His rear foot, as we've talked, needs to have more flex. He needs to be able to use that foot and hind leg just a nickel better. Here's a bear that's awesome when presented. He's killer on the profile, tall-shouldered, long-necked. His lines and levelness are still good. There's not as much to him when you get right in on top of him and study him compared to the rest of them. He's not as big and broad out of the backside of his blade. He doesn't have as much shape and expansion when you get on top of him. Then he turns to go and leave you. He disappoints just a little bit in terms of his shape to his upper hip and stifle. Just gets a little closed up there and doesn't have enough horsepower to compete with these. But I like his build. I like his profile from the side. Shoulder back, I like this bear as well. Big and broad's got more shape than the one we used ahead of him. He just needs to be a little neater necked. He gets forward in his front part of his shoulder. On down the line here, we still got some tremendous bears to work with. Just need to change him in an area or two. This bear needs to be more genuine as he comes at you. The calico's got to have a little more hard shape. Relax that 10th place bear just a little bit in his shoulder. But once again, our next to the class, good pair up there on the top end.
Your results from Class 33, first place, Whitley Gaines, Nueces County 4-H. Second place, Zane Byers, Hale County 4-H. Third place, Callan Smith, New Home FFA. Fourth place, Mallory Mayer, Wilson County 4-H. Fifth place, John Heisey, Jim Ned FFA. Sixth place, Kaysen Reed Russell, Palmer County 4-H. Seventh place, Aubrey Bunker, Friona FFA. Eighth place, James Avery Goss, Swisher County 4-H. Ninth place, Paige Freisenhahn, Southwest FFA. And 10th place, Starlin Snicker, SNS Consolidated FFA. We will now lead into our lightweight division drive. From Class 28, Mace Mower, Jack County 4-H. From Class 29, Samuel Casas, Klondike FFA. From Class 30, Jay Tillery, Wise County 4-H. From Class 31, Addison Scott, Kendall County 4-H. From Class 32, Dylan Mulestein, Stamford FFA. And from Class 33, Whitley Gaines, Nueces County 4-H.
Really a good division of our lightweights. If you would, big round of applause for all 6 of our class winners out here. Again, I've been pleased with it, with the quality. Not all of them obviously are the same color, and each one of them brings different things to the table out here. And again, I think it's a very good set of bears. One I'm most satisfied with, just in terms of one that's wide, he's broad, he's stout, he's still square, he's got all kinds of shape to go with it. Bear that wins the last class is our champion light.
Your champion cross from the lightweight division comes from Class 33, Whitley Gaines, Nueces County 4-H. Now entering the ring is Zane Byers, Hale County 4-H.
Again, as we drop in that second, that was the class we just completed, and I thought a different pair in type and kind, but I thought each one of those bears brings a tremendous amount of quality to the ring, and that second place comes in, gets right in contention out here. One, the balance is so good from the profile, look, and elevation. I think he's a little longer hipped. I think he's a little better in his shoulder angle compared to another one. We're keeping that pair together. Young man seconds reserved.
Your reserve champion lightweight division cross comes from Class 33, Zane Byers, Hales County 4-H.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Class 34, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 34, first call to the show ring. Class 34, this is your second call to the show ring. 34, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 34, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final call. Class 35, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 35, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this class of 34 of individuals a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Just a reminder, exhibitors only to take your animal to the loadout. Parents, please do not go into the alley of the loadout. Exhibitors only. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 35, this is your second call to the show ring. 35, second call to the show ring. Class 35, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 35, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
Good way to start here after lunch, and I think a show bear that needs to lead off the class, a bear that's elevated at the point of his blade, extended through his front 1/3. Lines are very good coming out of the backside of his blade. The way he transitions the middle of his back and through his upper hips, very good. He's better than our second place bear just in terms of his heart, his forerib, and his fill, and at the same time, you get on top of that one can hold water in his back. He's got a big groove there. Ideally, I change and tweak both of these bears in the same area, and that's the rear pastern. Give them a little more cushion to the rear foot and ankle, but I think that thing screams show bear just in terms of look, balance, and presentation. Very hairy, stout, dense one comes out next. This one probably even has a little bigger of a hind leg. He's very proportional in terms of his body length. His angle to his front blade's not quite as good as our class winner, and then he's not as robust there when you get studying him in his forerib, his fill, his body shape, but that one's impressive as well when you get on top of him. He's a short back bear that opens up with a big groove in the center part of his back. He's got a stout upper hip and stifle. When you step in behind him, that one's dead square from the top of his hip to his hock and hock to ground. An awful good pair of bears there at the top end. Really a stouty, rugged one comes out next, and I'm not going to say he's the slickest looking for everybody ahead of his blade, but this one screams stoutness. Jaw and head looks tough and big and stout. He's got a big blade. He too's got a big back. When you get right in on top of him, impressive as he leaves you in terms of his upper hip and his foot. I'm not sure his feet just are quite as big as those two that ahead of him. He's not quite as sharp dressed ahead, but that one's big and massive. He's put together well from his shoulder blade back. The next bear that comes out raw and genuine in terms of shape, I thought he gets shorter of our top four in his upper hip and rump. We need to lengthen him in that regard. I'd choose Sir Stoughton his forearm and front ankle just a little bit to match all the mass and product he's got up high, but a sound fresh bear there to be in 4. The Calico comes out here in 5, a tall shouldered stouty in terms of arm and hind leg. He too needs to relax in that rear pastern. You get right in on top of him, he gets a little flatter in his blade, a little flatter in his body shape compared to those top 4, but a darn good bear that's well presented and well driven to be all the way down here in 5. Here's a bear that comes out next. I like him from his shoulder blade back. He's very good to his heart and his center body there. He's got a good hip and a hind leg. He's got enough feature behind. I'd change him as he comes at you. He's not as wide, true, and genuine up front. He's not as stout in his forearm and his front ankle. Here's a bear that's presented maybe as good as any in class in terms of skin and hair. I like the front 2/3. He's a proportion bear that his length of body's ideal. He's a tall shoulder bear that's extended. It's his back half is what I told the young lady we need to change. He's the flattest in his upper stifle. He's the flattest there in his upper rump. He's got to go better, just hip hock to ground. Range of motion has to be better out of his hip and his hind leg for me to move him up, but a well-presented, well-driven bear. Here's another bear that comes out, gets a little plainer in his upper hip. Range of motion and just comfort level is very good. He's not as broad and opened up. He's not as big in his blade. He's not as big when you step in behind him. This bear does, the black-headed bear does have more sheer mass and product. With that, he comes a little stilty. He gets a little piecey there in his ham-loin junction. He's not as athletic out of his hip and hind leg. And a good bear here, just change the front 1/3 a little. Gets softer on those front feet, not quite as genuine up front. Once again, a good class. Congratulations to the
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
7th place, Madison Henderson, Carson County 4-H. 8th place, Grant Wagner from Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. 9th place, Kyla the Birthday Girl Cortese, Randall County 4-H. And 10th place, Cooper Carroll, Prole FFA. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 36, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 36, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 36, this is your second call to the show ring. 36, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 36, this is your third and final call to the show ring. 36, third and final call to the show ring.
I think I said in one of those classes yesterday where I thought we had a very, very good pair of bears, and I think you can reiterate it in this class. If one of my kiddos brings one of these to the show and I stand second, I'll be a little upset. And I think that speaks to the quality of these two. There's differences for sure, and trade-offs back and forth, and then things you can talk about within the pair, but both of them, man, they're good. They're lights out good. They combine a lot of hard things to do right now, and yet, man, we drove them for a while. They're comfortable in their skeleton. Hey, the one that leads off, he's a show bear. That thing's height to shoulder, his length of neck, his running gear, his skin, his hair, and presentation. The way he ties in the top of his head and neck is better than the one that's going to follow him in class. And then you think from a distance, does this one have quite enough? When you get on top of him, he's packing enough heat for me in terms of shape to his blade, shape to his back. That's an unreal skeleton in terms of hip and hind leg, range of motion. Lights out good here to start this class. Hey, if you want to say without a doubt, this is a stouter one of the pair, no arguments one bit. This guy's nose, his eye channel, his jaw, his forearm, his hind leg, man, he is stout. He is stout, and I like him for that regard. He comes at you. He opens up good. He's not quite as good at the head of his blade in terms of his look and elevation and the way he ties that in, but that's a big, big paw that hits the surface. You get right in behind him. He still maintains enough squareness for me. He is impressive when you get on top of him and study the roll to his back. To have that much mass and just be that comfortable, that's hard to do in this day and age. A tremendous pair of bears up there at the top end. I thought a good bear that drops out here in 3 just got beat by 2 hammers, quite honestly, ahead of him. He's not quite as good in his lower body shape, but he's got all kinds of shape and roll. He's still got extension up front. He's still got stoutness of feature to go with it. He's impressive when you get on him. That's naturally a big muscled, hard muscled one that drops out of 3. I thought he was a little better out of his front end in terms of his range of motion and comfort level here compared to in this bear's shoulder. He's not as strong about his front feet. He's not as aggressive in the way that he wants to drive off his front 1/3. Gets a little rounder out of his head and neck. Shoulder back, that's an impressive bear just in terms of shape and spread and body shape as well. Hey, I can get into this one from the side. He initially comes out of the gate. He is not good enough up front for me. I've tried to reiterate that over the course of the last day and a half. His chest, knee to ground has to be square. Past that, he's an elevated bear. He's a loose, constructed bear. He's a bear that's presented extremely well. I like him from the profile. His blade needs to be relaxed. He's got to have more just genuine base width, chest, knee to ground for me to move him up, but a dang good 5th place bear. Here's a bear that kind of grows on you, maybe doesn't have the wow factor that some of these other ones do. He comes to us in a little slower pace. He's not as big and broad when you get right on top of him, but that's a good bear just in terms of center body and still maintaining some squareness. As we come on down the line here, this bear just gets a little further in his shoulder, square him just a little bit. He's fresh on the top side of his skeleton. Good job, young man. And he's still got some muscle shape. He's not as athletic in his step and stride. This bear need to change his front 1/3 just in terms of his head and neck out here. This bear I thought caved and closed up just a little there when he comes directly at you. Maybe he doesn't have the overall feature in his arm and his front ankle as some of the other ones. And then we've got a darn nice bear just to wrap up. Not as fresh and youthful, not as wild looking ahead of his blade. Once again, an awesome class. Good pair of bears up there at the top end. Congratulations to those kids as they go back.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
In 6th place, Haley Murrell, LaSalle County 4-H. 7th place, Brennan Parker, Hale Center, FFA. 8th place, Ella Rudis, Long Creek FFA. 9th place, Charlotte Campbell, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. And 10th place, Brooklyn Hollis, Swisher County 4-H. Class 36, Alley Pig, Valley FFA. Please bring your animal to the show ring. Class 37, this is your first call to the show ring. 37, this is your first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 37, this is your second call to the show ring. 37, this is your second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 37, this is your third and final call to the show ring. 37, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
Really a good pair of barrows that are well presented out here, and the Mack truck's gonna lead us off, and this one's big and bold, and you get on top of him. That one's got a shape to his blade. He's big over the center portion of his back. He's got a big upper hip and stifle. I think he comes to us maybe just a tick rounder at times, but I think a function out of his hip and hind leg and the length of his hips just a shot better maybe than the one we got into, and yet at the same time he's well dressed, well presented. He looks very good pattern bearer from the side. If you want to say our second place bearer here that's wanting to give up on us just a little bit the longer the drive goes, if you want to say that one's a little shot more proportional, I sure wouldn't argue with you. He comes up and comes right at you. He's got a big intimidating chest. He's square through his knee. The longer the drive goes, I thought he got a little shorter in his upper hip. He gets a little shorter and choppier out of his hip and hind leg. Big and broad up high. That's a good bear. Just fought her just a little bit there as the drive wore on. I thought those two bears without a doubt were better when they came at you compared to our third place bear. This one wants to cave and funnel and close at his knee. Gets a little softer in his front pasterns as well. But man, that one's very well presented from his blade back. He's very fresh. He's youthful through the center portion of his body. You get on top of him. He's got great turn there to the upper part of his top. He's got good turn to the center portion of his cage. Leaves you equally as impressive. Again, as I said, I get nitpicky on that one up front. He's not as square, wide, true, and genuine, especially when you take him to the arena surface and his front foot compared to those two ahead of him. Here's a black bear that's just a stouty when you study him. And the longer the drive goes, this pig gets the most PC for me of the top four. His blade gets rocked forward. He's the shortest in his upper hip. He wants to tie and pinch there in his pin set just a little more. He has to be longer about his upper hip and rump for me to move him up, change him in his front part of his blade as well, but presented maxed out to a T. Here's one that comes out just very, very fault free just in terms of range of motion. His skeletal build is very, very good. He just maybe doesn't have some of those ESTs, the bears we had ahead of him, but his practicality of reach and range of motion is plenty good. He's not maybe as broad when you get right up on top of him out of the back of his blade and the center portion of his back as the four that we had preceded him, but that's a very nice bear. Here's a tall fronted elevated bear of our top six. He gets the plainest when you get right in on top of him. He's not as bold in the center portion of his top. He's got to be bolder out of the backside of his blade, but a good pattern bear that's well driven and well presented. This bear doesn't have near as much just front arm and front ankle compared to our bears ahead of him. He falls out of bed maybe just in terms of stoutness, but it's his overall comfort level, range and mobility, freshness of center body that he needed to work his way into the top seven. The one that comes out next got to be more genuine when he comes at you, chest, knee to ground, comfort level just gives up too much for me to move him up a spot or two. Next, similar situation, Barrett just gets a little piecier there throughout, shorter about his upper hip, rounder, tighter in his ham-loin junction. We round out the class with the young man, does a good job. Barrett just a little tighter hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. Once again, a good class, good pair of bears up there at top end.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Anna, FFA. 7th place, Bailey Trailer of Willis, FFA. 8th place, Tatum Dillard of Rogers, FFA. 9th place, Brianna Nolan, Stephenville, FFA. And 10th place, Case Thompson of Farmersville, FFA. Class 38, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 38, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 38. Class 38, this is your second call to the show ring. 38, the second call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 38, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 38, third and final call.
Very good class here in our second to last class, and a very, very easy and logical class winner for me. This one comes through the chutes. He's big, he's intimidating up front, just in terms of his chest, squareness to his knee. He's got a huge blade. That's a big back. He's got the extra shag to go with that, stoutness to feature, range of motion, still plenty acceptable out here to be carrying that kind of horsepower again, and still very, very attractive ahead of his blade. Easy class winner for me. That's a darn good one to start off with. Here we go in second. I thought this Barrow most resembles him. He's not as dense, he's not as loose probably in his overall build, but at the same time I thought his body shape, his boldness to his blade, the amount of power that pig has both at the ground and up high is very, very impressive, and he most follows our class winner in terms of that extra power, stoutness, and substance. And for having that much, he can still move in terms of range of motion, plenty acceptable out here. Darn good there to be in two. The one we got coming out of three, just didn't read him quite as comfortable the longer the drive went. He gets the shortest and most choppy out of his hip and hind leg of our top three. He's got to have more cushion, more range of motion, push and go out here in order to move him up a spot or two. But a good Barrett just in terms of freshness, overall appearance, shape, and mass is spot on. The one that comes out next is not as bold in his chest. He's not as on labor too much. much on the front part of his skeleton. He's softer about those front feet. He wants to favor him. He's not as tall and just as extended, but that pig's got all kinds of stoutness and mass. Just wish he went a shot better up front. This bear just gives up just too much in terms of overall stoutness of feature. Gets plainer about his head. He's not as opened up. He's not as pulled apart in his chest. He's not as stout in his front ankle and knee. As we come on down the line here, we still got some very high quality bears within this deep class. Just gets a little rounder there throughout. I thought we struggled just a little more putting them together in terms of the pieces and the parts, and just length of hip and stride as well. Once again, a good class, interesting class winner at the top end.
Your results from Class 37, first place, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Second place, Tessa Camacho, Goliad, FFA. Third place, Marley Hutchins, Johnson County 4-H. Fourth place, Justin Knight, Whitesboro, FFA. Fifth place, Briar Sherrill, Hockley County 4-H. Sixth place, Keely De Leon, Medina, FFA. Sixth place, Keaton Fawn, Cameron County 4-H. Seventh place, Holt Holscher, Shallowater, FFA. Eighth place, Dakota Gardner, Grape Creek, FFA. Ninth place, Kason Miller, Hunt County 4-H. And 10th place, Rayleigh Perryman, Wise County 4-H. First and seconds from 34 to 37. First and seconds from class 34 to 37. Start making your way up for the heavyweight division. This is your first call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 34 through 37, this is your second call for your first and seconds to come back for the heavyweight drive. Class 34 through 37, second call to bring your first and seconds back to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these last exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second place from class 34 to 37. This is your third and final call to come to the show ring. Class 34 through 37. First and seconds, make your way back to the show ring so we can have our heavyweight division drive.
Really a good class to end up on, and a pair of Barrows here at the top end that I think resemble each other, but yet at the same time. I thought this class was pretty cut and dry. Young lady drops his class-winning Barrow, as we've talked throughout the last day and a half. This one's big and bold when he comes at you. He's got a huge chest. He's got a square knee. The shape to the outside of his blade is extremely impressive. He's bigger when you get on top of him. He's bolder right here. He's bolder in the center. He maintains that base width and that just punch and power over our second place Barrow, and then he's got a ginormous hind leg to go with it. I call him still fresh and useful for a Barrow weighing 300 plus out here. A very nice place to start. I like a lot of things about this Barrow too. He's very loose in his overall build. He's not as stout about his jaw. He's not as big about his front ankle and his front arm. He doesn't have as big of a hind leg as our class winner. Then he doesn't pack as big enough of a punch in comparison to our class winner. Man, that's critical. That's negative on a Barrow that's very, very good, and I certainly don't mean to be that way. That's just the differences I see. Squareness of build, range of motion, look and extension, presentations, very, very good. That's a darn good pair of Barrows up there at the top end. Here's a He-Man that comes out, a stouty in terms of his forearm and his hind leg, you know, compared to them belted ones ahead of him. He's a little more piecey in his design. His shoulder gets a little more forward. He's not as robust robust in his heart and his forerib, but that's an awful good calico bear that offers us stoutness and power, still maintains a very square skeleton. We had more bone and feature and stoutness in 1, 2, and 3 than when we drop out in 4. I like this pig. He's got show ring appeal and look from the side. Just ran into a very tough class. Honestly, he looks like he should have been down maybe a class just in terms of weight and build, but that's a fresh body, big bladed bear that's very, very youthful ahead of his blade. He's not as stout in his features. He doesn't have as much stout of a foundation as those ones that preceded him in class, but fresh, youthful, maxed out skin and hair. Presentation's very good. Young man does a great job of driving that pig. The one that comes next wants to cave and funnel in his chest. He's not as square in his front knee. He's not as big and bold up high. When you get right in on top of him, he wants to funnel a little back from the center of his back to his pins there, but that's a very good looking, sound structured, good profile and bear there to come out of 5. The one that we got coming out of 6, I thought just gets a little rounder there throughout of his shoulder and hip. He needs to be extended ahead of his blade in terms of his crest. He needs to be cleaned up in his throat lash for me to move a spot or 2 higher. This hog's got to be wider, more genuine when he comes at you, chest, knee to ground. He too needs to be changed in terms of his look ahead of his blade, top of his neck and this crest there. His throat lash could be a little better. Same could be said on this bear. Maybe got a little more condition on him. A bear that just needs to be cleaned up in his lower throat latch. Good and big and bold up high. He's got a good hip and hind leg. Round out the class with 2 bears. The kids are doing an awesome job. Great way to end our last class of the day. Big round of applause for all those kiddos.
Lightweight division champion in reserve.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
5th place, Paige Smith, Hockley County 4-H. 6th place, Blaze Brown, Dumas FFA. 7th place, Braxton Butler, Bell County 4-H. 8th place, Trista Gilbert, Cameron County 4-H. 9th place, Sutton Smith, Mason County 4-H. And 10th place, Kylie Huseman, Lubbock County 4-H. Champion and reserve champion, lightweight division for the Dark Crosses. This is your second call to the show ring. Start making your way up here. At this time, if the reserve champion York could please bring their bio to the announcer's table. Reserve champion York, please bring your bio to the announcer's table. At this time, we will move into our heavyweight division drive. From Class 34, we have Coben Evans from Winkler Loving County 4-H. From Class 35, Kendall Erlung of Giddings FFA. From Class 36, Tayden Marsh, Whitesboro FFA. From Class 37, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. And from Class 38, Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H.
What a way to finish our heavyweight division here, and man, I think it's a heck of a set of Barrows, and I think from the first class to the last class, man, I couldn't be happier with this set and the way this group came together out here, and again, I think just tremendous. I do think that they look fairly similar in type and kind, and yet there's some differences between them out here. There's a trio, man, that I think are top notch and just next level. And yet, with that being said, there's one that that's wide. He's big. He's broad. He's very, very style featured. He's extremely proportional. He's got a chest that's big enough to pull a plow, but he's got a caboose that matches it. Young lady in the back, right there.
Your champion comes from Class 37, Mason Grady of Johnson County 4-H. Entering the show ring is Tessa Camacho of Goliad FFA.
Again, there's another one out here I thought was awful close. A bear that just looks like a show bear. He's square, he's true and genuine. He's got a big hind leg. He's not as rolled up high, maybe just not quite as show bear proportional as the one I named champion. But man, I like it. To get to this kind of weight and be this fresh, this square, young lady that wins the last class is reserve.
Your reserve champion for the heavyweight division of the Dark Crosses comes from Class 38, Briley Byers of Hale County 4-H. At the conclusion of our Dark Cross Breed Drive, we will take a 20-minute break before we conclude with the Grand Drive. We will take a small 20-minute break before the Grand Drive at the conclusion of the announcement of our breed champion. At this time, we will have our crossbred breed drive. Our lightweight division winner is Whitley Gaines of Nueces County 4-H. And your heavyweight division champion is Mason Grady of Johnson County 4-H.
Again, we've had an awesome show, and as we conclude here with the Grand Drive in a few minutes, first and foremost, if you would, those are still around, I think we've had tremendous help. The last 2 days, the show has been flawless. We haven't had to wait anybody. It's been extremely well ran and efficient. If you would, big round of applause for all the people that have helped put on this show the last 2 days. Again, I like this pair of bears. If you couldn't tell, I like the reserves that stand behind them. Yet at the same time, there's one that just demands your attention. Heavy's our champion.
Your champion dark cross goes to Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Entering the ring is Briley Byers of Hale County 4-H.
We drop in the reserve, and obviously we just got done talking that bear to get that guy to that big and still be that fresh, height to shoulder look. He's got a ginormous hip and hind leg. As I said, you want to compare him to my champion. I didn't think he's maybe quite as proportional. He's not quite as big up high, but to get a bear that balances, that's that sound, that square, that complete, and still bringing the extras, reserve heavies are reserve cross.
Your reserve champion of the dark crosses goes to Briley Byers of Hale County 4-H. At this time, we will take a 20-minute break before concluding to our grand drive. Breed champions and reserve champions, be getting ready. Breed champions and reserve champions, this is your first call. Start making your way to the show ring, please. Breed champions and reserve champions, first call to the show ring. Lauren Wagner, if you wouldn't mind, come to the announcer stand. Lauren Wagner, please come to the announcer stand. Champion, reserve champion breeds. This is your second call to the show ring. Start making your way up here. Reserve and champion breeds. Start making your way. Second call. Breed champion and reserve champions is your third and final call to make your way back to the show ring. Third and final call for the breed drive. Okay, thank you. All right. Welcome back, Rodeo Austin. We are going to commence with our grand drive. But first, I want to introduce a couple of individuals that are right behind me. We have Mr. Eddie Ledesma and Mr. Fred Weber. Both of these individuals are executive members and have been past presidents of Rodeo Austin. So let's give them a round of applause for coming out to the best swine show in Texas. All right, our animals are ready, our judge is ready, and folks, what do we say? We have a grand drive. There we go. We're going to start off with our reserve breeds and parade these individuals. So coming out with our reserve breed champion Duroc is Corbin Earhart. Corbin is 13 of Lubbock, Texas, and belongs to the Lubbock County 4-H. He plans to attend Redlands and then attend at Texas Tech for a livestock judging. His favorite hobby includes judging, baseball, working with animals, and hanging out with friends. Congratulations, Corbin Earhart. Our reserve champion, Berkshire, is Brenley Hatfield. Brenley is 14 of Haskell and a member of the Haskell FFA. Brenley plans to attend Texas Tech University and pursue a degree in ag communications. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, spending time with friends and family, swimming, and playing golf. Congratulations, Brenley Hatfield. Your reserve champion dark OPB is Landry McQueen. Landry is 16 years old of Lavernia, Texas, and a member of Lavernia FFA chapter. Her future plans include to attend Texas A&M in College Station, major in ag communications, and minor in ag business entrepreneurship. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, FFA speaking, varsity cheerleading, and helping in the farrowing barn with the baby piglets. Congratulations, Landry McQueen. Your reserve champion, white OPB, is Tucker Stork. Tucker is 11 years old of Hamilton, Texas, and a member of the Hamilton FFA chapter. His future plans include raising pigs, going to college, and studying agriculture. His favorite hobbies include showing pigs, football, and baseball. Congratulations, Tucker Stork. Your reserve champion, Hampshire, is Brinley Wilson of Midland, Texas. Brinley is 13 and a member of the Midland County 4-H. Brinley's future plans are to attend college and get a degree in nursing and wants to be a nurse in the PICU. Her favorite hobby is showing pigs and playing volleyball. Congratulations, Brinley Wilson. Your reserve champion, York, comes from Kaysen Bergen of Burke Burnett. Kaysen is 17 and a member of the Wichita County 4-H. Kaysen's plans are to attend Texas Tech University and major in marketing. Kaysen's favorite hobbies are passionate about showing, livestock, fitting pigs, making memories with family and friends. Your reserve champion, light cross, is Kai Blunt. Kai is 17 of Kerrville and a member of the Kerr County 4-H. Kai plans to own his own business, and his favorite hobbies include fishing, hunting, baseball, and showing pigs. But his most favorite thing to do is to hang out with his two older sisters. Congratulations, Kai Blunt. And your reserve champion dark cross is Briley Byers of Abernathy, Texas. Briley is 15 and a member of the Hale County 4-H. Briley plans to attend an agricultural-focused university and study animal science and nutrition. Her favorite hobbies include playing volleyball, judging meets and livestock, and being with friends at stock shows. Congratulations, Briley. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your reserve breed champions. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, reserve breed champions. If you will make your way to the back. For the main event, your champion Duroc is shown by Taylor Horn of Hallsville, Texas. Taylor is 15 of Harrison County 4-H. Taylor plans to attend Texas A&M and get a bachelor's in business marketing and play collegiate basketball. Taylor's favorite hobbies are hanging out with friends and family, playing volleyball and basketball, and going to church. Her favorite place is to be in the show ring, showing breeding and market swine across the nation. Congratulations, Taylor Horn. Your champion Berkshire is shown by Sutton Winter of Idalou, Texas. Sutton is 9 years old and a member of Lubbock County 4-H. Her future plans are to take over the family farm. Favorite hobbies include showing pigs, steers, tumbling, and shopping. Congratulations, Sutton Winter. Your champion Dark OPB is shown by Paige Marshall of Wall, Texas. Paige is 18 years old and a member of the Wall FFA. Her plans are to attend Angelo State University and major in agribusiness. Her favorite hobbies are showing pigs. Congratulations, Paige Marshall. Your champion White OPB is shown by Jackson Vickel of Wallace, Texas, excuse me. Jackson is 18 and a member of the Brazos FFA. Jackson plans to attend Blinn College and be a member of the Blinn Livestock Judging Team. Plans are to major in agricultural economics. Favorite hobbies include duck hunting. Congratulations, Jackson Vickel. Your champion Hamp is shown by Adeline Pugh. Adeline is 16 and a member of Grady FFA. Her plans are to attend Texas A&M and study an ag business. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, playing volleyball, cheerleading, and working with her pigs. Congratulations, Adeline Pugh. Your champion York is shown by Kenley Shield Knight of Groover, Texas. Kenley is an 18 and a senior and a member of the Groover FFA. She plans to attend Texas A&M University and major in financial planning and through the College of Agricultural Economics. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, of course. Congratulations, Kenley Shield Knight. Your champion light cross is shown by Peyton Van Beek of Dalhart, Texas. Peyton is 14 and a member of the Dal M. Hartley 4-H. Future plans include going to college, more likely Texas Tech, and becoming a vet. Then would like to have her own clinic and a farm to live on. Favorite hobbies include to hang out with friends, spend more time with family, and playing sports. Congratulations, Peyton Van Beek. And your champion dark cross is shown by Mason Grady of Grandview, Texas. Mason is 15 and a member of the Johnson County 4-H. His plans are to attend Texas A&M, play college football, play in the NFL, and be an entrepreneur. His favorite hobbies include showing pigs, steers, playing football, jiu-jitsu, and wrestling. Congratulations, Mason Grady. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your breed champions.
Well, an awesome finish to 2 days, and I've had the time of my life for multiple reasons here in Austin. And first and foremost, man, this has been a very, very well organized show, and everything's run extremely smooth. Everybody in the back that's got one of those shirts on, the young ladies, the young men that helped us out, everything was like clockwork, and I certainly appreciate that. We tried to get through, I think they said 1,000 or 1,100 barrows in an efficient manner, and you certainly can't do that without great help and great volunteers. So first and foremost, if you would, give them a round of applause out here for a job well done. You know, next, and I'll try and get through this, but the last 17, 18 years, I've been very blessed. The Lord's blessed me to be able to do this and grab the mic and work with kids all over the country, and I certainly don't take that lightly. I tried to first and foremost bring integrity to the ring. I try to describe the pigs as accurately as I can, but most importantly, I try to have fun with the kids and interact with them, whether that's back there or you ended up in the big ring out here, you got a place. And I think that's important. We need to all be positive and encourage these kids, no matter what the end result was or the color of banner that you may have had. It's important to encourage people to be a part of this. And so I've been blessed to travel the country and do this quite a bit. I don't do as many anymore as what I used to, and that's just deliberately quite honest. And the reason I don't is because of those 5 people that are sitting right there. First and foremost, thank you to my wife. She knows I got big passions and big dreams at times, but she's always there to support us. Not just me, but the kids in general. The kids keep us very busy. Many like your kids. They're extremely involved, they're extremely active, and we give God the glory and thank Him that we can do that. We play sports hard. We raise pigs at home. A lot of times you'll find my kids in a farrowing house helping breed sows, clean pens, whatever it may be. But we also show pigs, and we try to do it competitively. Does it always work, and do we always achieve our goals? Not necessarily, but we do it with 3 things. And this is something that I would share with you kids. This is something I share with my kids and our kids at home. And first and foremost, no matter what you do, have passion. Have passion for what you're doing. Secondly, do it with integrity. And third, most importantly, do it the right way. And I think if anything that can be recognized in this day and age that we're in this spot we're in this country, in this world right now, is just doing things the right way and being a good friend to other people. It can carry a lot of weight, and it can push us all forward. So, again, thanks to my family for allowing me to do this. Thanks to you kids out here. Thanks to the volunteers, parents, supporters that help get them here. Not just these kids, but everybody that's been through the ring, been through the SIF pen. Job well done. I always love coming to Texas. The kids are respectful, they're polite, they're determined, and you can tell they have passion. And that's very, very important. So, again, thanks a bunch. The pigs have been awesome. The kids have been better. And once again, have passion in what you do. Do it with integrity and make the right choices and be a good friend to those around you. So, once again, a big round of applause for all the kids that have been through the ring. We'll get you a champion.
Your grand champion is the Dark Cross, shown by Mason Grady of Johnson County 4-H. Entering the ring is Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H.
Again, I think an awesome set of these champions out here that represent their breeds and their divisions very well. And again, I think it's close as we get down to second and third and for reserve out here. But once again, the show's been awesome. The kids have been awesome. Once again, God bless Texas and God bless the United States. Big round of applause one more time.
Your reserve grand champion, Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. Great job, exhibitors. Thank you, parents. Rodeo Austin, you've been wonderful. We'll see you next year.